Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 1005. We're back for one of the weekend full shows. We're just doing this at the weekends now. Alright, so, are you all here to light my fire? Hey, Hammond Mark. Daniel Clark is here. Bill Allen. Daniel Clark. Wait, let's get through the premise and then I'll introduce you to Daniel Clark. Alright, dang it to heck. Are you all here to light my fire? Come on, baby. I know Daniel is here to light my fire. Hey, Clint. Kelsey. Alright, dang it to heck. Alright. Set phasers to flaming. Go, Gadget. Fire. Alright. So, some of you might be wondering what this show is about. People often wonder what this show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Faith each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 1,005 pills, 1,005 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy does she knell. Hell! I mean, heck! This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Wait a minute. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes, and a measure of Mork and Mindy, Nanu, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, ow, 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 an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from sexual Transylvania. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple raw strokes of Bob Ross. a spoon full of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. April will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen, with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day. And it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. I just spittled all over my lip. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. You equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Hey, Michael Nischala. So I want to introduce everyone to Daniel Clark. He's been in the comments tonight. He's a cute boy I'm smitten with. I met him at in the psych hospital, of all places. You meet the coolest people in the psych hospital, I tell you what. And what? I think he's going to be a guest on the show. I don't know, one of these days. I don't know. So, we're just friends right now, but still, he's so damn cute. I can't even, he flirted with me the whole time I was in the hospital. I was flustered. I was very flustered. Maybe hot and bothered, was that the right phrase? I don't know. He's so damn tempting, I don't know. Alright, Linda, hello! Should we give Daniel Clark a shout out? Everybody say hello to Daniel! Daniel Clark, we love you! Daniel Clark, we love you! Thank you, everybody, for giving such a warm welcome. Oh, and it's it's nice that he was watching silently before. I think probably during Pill 1000. Oh my goodness. Julie, hello. Linda, Blythe McNally, hello. Nishala Kelly. Right, Nishala? Oh, Belinda Brock. Oh, it's good to hear. All right. So, anybody have any questions or any answers? Dang it to heck, or should we go to the next step right now? I don't pray, but I always hope for the best for you, Belinda. What is the next step? Other places they raise the roof. Here we blow the motherfucking roof off and raise the floor. Why? Because the rising floor lifts all feet. I love you too, Daniel. He's such a sweetie too. You know, you spend 8 days in the hospital with someone, you really get to know them. And I don't know, and he's just really cutie and sweet and kind. He's really, I don't know. I'm excited for you guys to meet him in person. Oh, I'll probably be crying by the end, Kimberly. I've been crying all day again. But it's fun introducing you all to Daniel. You're welcome, Belinda. He groped me a little bit. And he was always asking to see my penis. Sneaking into my room, or knocking on the door and poking his head in. Hello, Julie. Alright. Dang it, double dang it. I slapped his butt. Bang it to heck, take it to heck, bang bang to dang dang dang, hammer hammer, screw screw, nail nail, pound pound, construction noises. Hey Melanie. That was the last 3 days, really. He really only flirted with me the last 3 days. The eggplant video, Amanda? Oh my goodness. I might blush too hard. You have to share it for me. I don't know why I should be embarrassed to show him. Everybody's seen the damn eggplant video. I'm still alive. Hello, Michael Schultz. We got a supporter in the house. Get you a supporter shout out soon. Brand new supporter even. Thank you, sir. That's exciting. We'll give Daniel another shout out a little bit later tonight. Michael Schultz, thank you. Michael Schultz, thank you. Thank you for sharing, Ronnie. I feel like this room does hold a lot of my power. Dang it to heck. I don't know, I guess I've just invested a lot in it. A lot of time in it. Feels like it does. It feels like a limb or something. it's my, like my wife, she like, she really kind of sees it, sees the show as an inconvenience, and she feels like she's like, that's probably the reason we're just doing the show on the weekends. I'm trying to respect her space and her needs as well. What am I trying to say here? But like, even going, like when I'm talking about it, even going down just to the weekends wasn't enough. She's like, no, I want my kitchen back, and like, I don't know. That's just like a deal breaker for me. Like, like it's okay. I'd go down to once a month. Just don't break my set. Don't break my set, because like you can't. I don't know. It would just be impossible to put back together. Be like Humpty Dumpty. Anyway. What else? I'm glad you like it, Michael. Thank you. Hey, Mark Silvers. I hope so, Michael. I'm, like, I have to tell myself, like, that the set doesn't really hold all my power, right? Like, I made this set, and I could make something else. Sometimes, Sometimes change is necessary, I guess. Thanks, Kimberly. Thanks for watching. Because this can't be everything, because I could lose it. And, somehow I'd have to be able to move on. I don't know. I'm just such a mess. I shouldn't talk. Every time I talk, I cry. All right. Hey, Neil. I don't know. I don't know what the future's gonna bring, Michael. Right now, I think we're just in a holding. I think she's not gonna break the set. Thank you, Casey. Yeah, like the show is more than just this stupid set. Like, it's more than these stupid toys. And it's more than... I don't know. I don't know what it is, really. We didn't even break it down. I'm building up before we even break it down. Okay. Damn it. Neil, it's good to see you. That's all I ever do is cry anymore. Oh, wow. Hey, Laura. I didn't even see what he said, but I'm sure it was sweet. I'm not telling you, he really is a really sweet person. Like, he just says like the right things. He's calming and he's soothing. He's good. Hey, Broseph. Right the heck. Alright, so some of you might be wondering what the show is about. I saw there was one new person. Casey? Casey, you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication. live on the Book of Face each day with my friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 1,005 pills, 1,005 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. You guys gotta stop talking. Let's see what around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy to sheet now, hell, I mean heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century. Edison home phonograph along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera. Hey, Shambly, hey, Chris. And the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp and cells, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Thank you, Rick. We're gonna survive, I think. Place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, hey, TJ, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Hey, Faith, long time no see. Come up to the lab. Dang it, the heck. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Full. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoon full of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a leader of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds and Wham Bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place. Here, just 1 second. And wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place, not of time here, including and especially me. April will always be pregnant. I hope you get out soon, Amanda. April will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. Okay, shot in the first and the second coming. Will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sean. That's really kind of you to say. The Woodies. The Supermen. On their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. Right, that means you've been around for a long time. I haven't been a guest on the show in probably 800 pills. Alright, if I'd have people take only one thing, hey Angela, away from the... It's good to see you. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works. Like a highly effective chemical condom, it prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo. And all night long, too, I'm a stallion, Neil. TJ said load. That's cool. Dogs fighting with each other. Thank you. I love you too, and Kevin, thanks for inviting your friend Paul. All right. Yeah, spread me like a virus. And remember, crazy things happen if you forget to take your meds. Dang it, heck. Hey, Hannah. Nice to see you. You're a Shetland pony? Is that some kind of, like, are you a furry? I don't judge, that's cool. Nothing is out of place. That's right, Michael. Michael, so thank you. Wow. I hope Susan. I hope it's not too serious, and that like if you're sure you missed a dose, you could always take it now. Like if it's more than 12 hours since your next dose, they usually say wait till your next dose. But if it's been less than 12 hours since you were supposed to take it, you can take that pill, then also take it as regular as scheduled as well. Oh, wow, I don't like that kind of humor. The only person that can do self-deprecating humor on this show is me. It's only funny when I do it. So David's having a hard time watching. Well, they are adorable, and they are furry. There's something to that. Hey, Mama G. Hey, Craig Silver. The preamble, like, are you talking about, like, my premise thing? Preamble works too. Premise, there you go, for sure. Daniel made it back. I hate it when Facebook is all wonky. So yeah, Daniel, he's not shy at all. So he's gonna come and sing for us. I think he might even get in the shower. So how's that? Pet Story 2 and this. It's an interesting mixture. Hopper's alive, yeah. He's the American in the cell. I had McDonald's. Hey, Raylene. Neil Rowell. You corn-fed son of a bitch. How are ya? Hey, Nicole. You've been here before, haven't you, Nicole? You just teasing? Or really, is this your first time? Eggplants and corn. All right. That sounds like a dinner. All right, Nicole Parrish. All will be revealed. All will be revealed. Nicole Parrish, we love you. Nicole Parrish, Nicole Parrish, we love you. I want to have some fun, Ann. And who says I don't want to have any fun? After I finish crying, I want to have a party. Nicole Parrish, welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. By Mouth Daily. Pill number 1005. What's wrong, Charlotte? So, pill number 1. So you were wondering what the show is about. That's right. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 1,005 pills. 1,005 shows. A number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she knell, hell. I mean, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas, and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. You could try logging out and logging back in, Michael. 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record, and cylinders played on the 19th century, Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, hey Devante, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy. Nanu, nanu. A dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show, and a 4-hour tour, piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from sexual Transylvania. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me! I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college tribe I spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoon full of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. April will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen on their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The Twin Towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from the show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you could take. They call it PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day. And it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. You equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long. And all night long too. And the day after that. And never catch HIV for me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo. I've been saying it wrong for a million years. That's all. It's embarrassing, Mando. Let's not talk about it. I swear, I don't know where I came up with that. I used to say protocol. I swear. I don't know. Fucking idiot, that's all. So, I still have I should show you about, so the Harambe Harai 5s. You know, you say Harambe, well, he'll always live here, right? What, she's always ready to give Harai 5s. When I first wrote it, it was high fives, but Harambe will always be ready to give high fives. It always came out Harai, because I just said Harambe, I would say Harai, so I just stuck with it. Like, it's a brand name, it's a trademarked form of high five, it's a Harai 5. Anyway, so see, he's got his hand up there, and you just have to run down here and give him a high five. Watch, just watch. Whee! Here you can touch the hand of Harambe. He's always... Whatever. Dragon Attack. Mini fireplace. We need a new candle. Alright, Francisco. That's Cinderella. April the giraffe. William Farrell Wilson Jr. No, that was a good catch, Amanda. I don't mean it. I wasn't really scolding you for talking about it. It's really embarrassing. I said it wrong for years, literally years. Without ever, double checking to make sure I was saying it right. No one correcting me. Everybody just let me look like an ass for 2 years. It's lovely to have you back, Will Farrell Wilson Jr. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Alright, go Gadget. Mini fireplace. Oh, I love you, man. Neil, it's good to see you. Right back at ya. FDR, of course. Or Abraham Lincoln. One of the two. Thanks, Nicole. You gotta come visit, Daniel. You gotta come visit. For sure. I think my favorite is FDR, but, Lincoln is pretty damn good, too. Alright. Everybody's gonna want to see you. So you better get here. You promised everybody, so... Nishala! Go Gadget Mini Fireplace. Now, time for new words of the day. That's right, Sean. New words of the day. I got some Reclaim. That's all I got left. Alright, the last words of the day were whoa and shit. I'm sure today's words will be better. I can see. Still can see the chat. I can see that. Hopefully I get some dabs tomorrow. I know. Boo, Reclaim indeed. Well, I got that bag of weed that I'm going to give Daniel when I see him. If he still wants it. Or if he ever wants it, I don't know. But... maybe I should crack that open and smoke it, but I don't know, it just tastes bad. I'm such a snob. Oh, we need the trolley, too. You're right, Julie. That comes before the words of the day. Where's my trolley? Dang it to heck. Average is a good word. What are you laughing at, Craig? I always forget what I say. All right. The weed snob. No, I feel bad. Somebody gave me it's good stuff, and it was a gift. But I feel like if it goes to Daniel, it's going to a good place. So. I really recommend a nectar collector. Thank you, Cher. Thank you. You have to come pick it up. I don't mail anything to. I don't charge anything. I'm not a drug dealer. I don't distribute drugs. Just to make that clear. We do enough terrible things on the show. Gotta make clear what I don't do. Let's see. Welcome back, Sue. Candy pen for it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I could have got some cartridges yesterday, but I decided to wait. Yesterday, but I decided to wait to get wax today. But then that fell through again, so kind of regretting not getting the cartridges. Nah, you're right, Sean. Everything I do is fake anyway and staged and scripted in order to lessen stigma. But I can't help but think, I've already spoken to detectives about the show, and I feel pretty comfortable about what I'm doing. True story. What was I gonna say? I just imagine police look differently upon use and distributing and selling. I am an end user of only props. I don't know how many times the police have been called on me because of this show. I don't know. Probably at least 5 that I know of. Dang it to heck. The detective was really quite nice, actually. He said, he told my wife he watched about 11 episodes of my show, and my wife told me that before I actually talked to him. And when I talked to him on the phone, he said a couple things that made me feel comfortable, which I won't repeat. But the one thing he did say that I feel comfortable repeating, he said, you seem like a really smart guy, Jason, and just, I think that's what he said. He just said I seemed like a smart guy, and he didn't, and he listed some other behaviors that people had reported, and he's like, I don't care about that, honestly, and I didn't say anything. I'm just like, so, it wasn't like an interrogation. He just is like, he's like, I don't care if you're doing that, just don't be doing that, because somebody reported, and it called up some bitter person was bitter because I made a rule in Dang Nation, the group that no one could share anything where they're soliciting anything, like no pearl parties, no bath bombs, no anything where anybody's selling anything. And there are people that have been sharing in their pearl parties and stuff, and they flip the fuck out. They're like, "How could you, Jason? How could you?" And it was just like, and they're like, "You're a terrible person. And I'm gonna call the police." And they're accusing me of having sex in front of my children on live TV. I'll admit, behind locked doors during one of my shower shows, off camera, my wife was giving me a blowjob, and I was like talking about it, but like that was behind locked doors. Anyway, and so and I explained to the detective, like, we don't have sex in front of my children, and we always have, like, if we do have sex, it's always behind a locked door. And he said, "Well, just to be safe, why don't you just not engage in any sexual activity live?" And I said, "Well, can I still talk about having had sexual activity with my wife?" And he's like, "Yeah, you can do that. Just don't be live on camera having sex." And I'm like, "Okay, I can do that." And then he's like, then they had accused me of a bunch of other things, a long list of other things. And he's like, "I don't care about this. I don't care about that. I don't care about this. Just don't be having sex in front of your kids." And I'm like, "No problem. Wasn't doing that anyway." So. Dang it to heck. Shara Williamson, you need a supporter shout out. Shara Williamson, thank you. Shara Williamson, Shara Williamson, thank you. Yeah, that was the detective for the Special Victims Unit here in Madison. Oh, that was like a nightmare. It really was. I was like, he's like, when he first called me, I talked on the phone. He's like, "How are you?" And I'm like, mortified. Oh my God. He didn't ask me any questions. Like, I know, I'm not a dummy, Nishala. I was comfortable answering questions about, and that's all he was interested in. It was clear, I'm not a dummy. Like, I could tell that when, if he was really interested, like, he would have said, "I don't care if you're doing this," and then waited for me to respond. He didn't. He just kept talking. He wasn't interrogating me. I would know if I was being interrogated. Anyway, this was a long time ago. Hello, Jessica. And the conversation ended, and he's like, "So, as far as I'm concerned, this is closed." I'm like, "So I don't have to do anything more. This is all closing up. It's done." He's like, it's Oh, life's I felt like I didn't. I would have said too much, but I felt like I had to have a conversation about, about whether addressing that accusation. Because I don't know. Or maybe I didn't have to. But hey, Amy Lee. That's probably true, It all worked out for the best, though. I liked him. I liked him. The Special Victims Unit detective. Yeah, I think if they were asking me about virtually anything else, I wouldn't have had a conversation with them. Hey, Destiny. Hey, Ronnie. He was super professional. Like I said, he was kind. We watched a bunch of my show, and he's like, I think you're a smart guy. Just don't be having sex alive anymore, and you're golden. I see you there, Daniel. Jessica. Saying hi to Jessica. I don't know, it's weird. Sometimes Facebook comments don't show up on my iPad. Sometimes I only see them here. So like sometimes when they're not on my iPad, sometimes I'll catch them here, and then if I see them here, sometimes I can look over here and read them off the TV because I can't read the full one in the magnifying glass because on my iPad it's not it's the opposite of letterbox. It's the edges are cut off because the iPad is different perspective than or whatever frame size than the way that it's filmed, whatever. And so yeah, I couldn't see half the comments, but then yeah, if I see there's a comment in here that I'm not seeing, I can look over here and read the whole thing on the TV. But only if I do it quickly because the comments disappear on the TV. What would you like to know, Julie? What would you like to know about Jason? Let's see, long ago, on a during a blustery blizzard, a baby boy was born unto the world. The date was January 30th, 1979. A large blizzard fell upon Baraboo, the city of Wisconsin, that he was born. Anyway, then what happened? I don't remember much after that for a couple of years. And then I got, about 3 years later, I got encephalitis. I think I got it on a camping trip. My mom said that we were camping near the Mississippi River, and I got a mosquito bite. Anyway, a couple of weeks later, I started my mom thought I just had the flu or something, right? And my brother, he was entering high school, but he was gonna go to like live in high school, a Catholic. What is it? I forget what it's called. Sacred Heart here in Madison, and we lived in Baraboo. It's like 15 minutes away. Anyway, that was the day that I got sick. Was the day he was supposed to start at Sacred Heart, and so my mom left me with my grandma and my aunt, and took my brother to start a new school. And while she was away, I got even sicker. Like they had to rush me to the hospital, and like I don't know how high my fever got, but like by the time my mom got there, like I don't know, it was. She said I don't know if I coded or not, but she said I turned blue and all this shit ran out of me, and they made her leave the room, and so then I was like med flighted to St. Mary's Hospital here in Madison, and. This is some of my first memories. I woke up in that hospital, and it's weird. My memories are conflated with like kindergarten. I remember being excited at the time that I could get chocolate milk anytime, but I think and you couldn't get, chocolate milk anytime during school. It was only one day a week or whatever. I don't know. Somehow I must have crisscrossed those because at 3 years old I was never in school. But I just remember really being excited about getting chocolate milk every day, and being really disappointed that I couldn't go to the play area in the hospital. I'm not sure why I couldn't. I don't think I was contagious. And I remember one of the days too, like one of the nights, my mom, she had promised she was going to sleep in the hospital room with me the whole night, and I must have not wanted her to leave. And when I woke up, I was screaming for her, and she wasn't there, and I was screaming and screaming. And the nurse came in, and she carried me down to the cafeteria where my mom was smoking, because she was a 3-pack-a-day smoker, and you could still smoke in the hospitals during that time. Anyway, so yeah, that's my earliest memory, I think, I can place. And then what happened next? I forget what happened next. Oh, I was lucky I didn't die, though, because there was like 11-year-old girl also with encephalitis, and she had to relearn to walk, and hey, Joel, good to see you, and feed herself and everything else, and I just woke up fine. And then I was kind of a mama's boy. I slept with my mom. My dad worked nights, and I was always sleeping with my mom. And my brother and sister, they're 11 and 12 years older than me, so I was a baby. I wasn't on plan, though. I was a rainbow baby. My mom had a miscarriage about a year before I was born, so I was really wanted. My very earliest memory, I think it might be even before the hospital, is just waking up, sleeping on my mom's belly. And this was when I was really young, because my dad was there too. What else? And my dad and I didn't get along at all. He was like really religious. He went to church 6 days a week. Had Legion of Mary meetings at our house on Monday, where the priest would come, and I don't know, probably a nun, I don't know, and this other, just really religious people, and they'd come and pray to Mary, for Mother of God, for an hour. It was in the Knights of Columbus, which is like, I don't know, some Catholic organization. He was a Eucharistic minister, so he would take communion. He would hand out communion at Mass and take it to other people. What else? Oh, he was studying to be a priest before he met my mom, and then I think he went off to Korea. It was like in post-war Korea. He wasn't there during the actual war, but he went to Korea in the post-war time period. And then what happened next? So then he got home and met my grandfather in a bar, and my grandfather must have thought he was cool and introduced him to my mom. And I'm just rambling this story here, but what else? Oh yeah, my dad and I didn't get along, and so. Oh, my mom, before my dad stopped drinking, I think this is before, anyway, like before she started getting into AA, like she was, like we used to kind of be like a team behind my dad's back. And my dad, like I said, he was a Eucharistic minister, so he used to, on Sunday mornings, he would go at 6 in the morning to pass out communion to people, and that was way too early for my mom and I. So we would go to church at 9 for the 9 o'clock mass. Instead, we would go out to eat for breakfast, and then on the way home from breakfast, we'd stop in the parking lot before church was over, and she'd send me to run in the front of the church and grab a church bulletin, so it looked like we'd gone to church. And then we'd lie about it, about going to church. But later on, when my mom joined Al-Anon and like learned about, like honest communication and expressing your feelings, and I don't know, and like she worked on my dad, like we couldn't lie anymore. We actually had to go to fucking church. It really sucked. Anyway, then so my what else? So I went to South School from kindergarten, first grade, South School in Baraboo, and then I lived in Baraboo. Then we moved to, in second grade, we moved to North Freedom, Wisconsin, which is about 10 minutes from Baraboo, but a whole world away. It's a village of 600 people. It was under 600 people when I first moved there, and the school was so small that kindergarten was its own class, but first and second grade were together. First and second were together. Third and fourth and fifth and sixth grades were taught together. So you were with older kids or younger kids, and there's only one other boy in my elementary school in North Freedom. And so then when I went back to Baraboo, we didn't have a middle school in North Freedom, so I went back to Baraboo for middle school and high school, and it was like, in North Freedom, I was like a big fish in a little pond, and in middle school, I was like a chubby little fish in a bigger pond. And I don't know, I just really lost a lot of my self-esteem. I got chubby and braces and glasses and whatever. So then, this is a long story, right? And then what? So like 7th grade, I was just kind of a real nerd, and then around 9th grade, my neighbor across the street, she was like a high schooler, and she was like a punk rocker, and her boyfriend was in a band, and she dyed her hair blue, and I don't know, I started like growing my hair out, and I had a bleach streak, and I started wearing trench coat and boots, and this was 9th grade. Then and then like some of the girls in middle school or whatever, in junior high, they were like, well, maybe he's not such a nerd after all. He's kind of weird. He's got a trench coat. So the girls kind of, I don't know, it was kind of grungy cool for a little while. Then they saved me from a life of forever nerddom. And then high school was a little calmer. I had my own little group of friends, not quite nerds, kind of just whatever. And what? So then after high school, so 15 years old, roughly, I got a job as a dishwasher, a log cabin restaurant. And then I became a busboy, and then I became a waiter. And I worked for a couple of years as a waiter. The top fans are gone all the way. What else? Oh, and I was a waiter, and then after that, I got a job at Walmart. This is I was 18, getting close to graduating, freaking the shit out because like I didn't know what I wanted to do after high school, and like I sort of wanted to be a physicist, but like I was really shitty at math. Like it's really good, like really good in like verbal and whatever, like reading skills, and science skills, but math I just like handicap. And I didn't want to go to school and just waste a bunch of money not knowing what the fuck I was doing. And like I knew how much money I was making at Walmart, and I knew how much rent cost. And I'm like, I am never going to survive life. Life is over. What the fuck am I going to do? And I hated Walmart because of that. Like punching this fucking clock it's still not going to be able to make it. And then my friend Matt, he told me about what he was doing. He was a year older than me, and I was just graduating. So he worked as a certified nursing assistant. He had taken a class at the Sauk County Healthcare Center. It's like, I don't know, the That's where they send old people that don't have any money, basically. And they had 2-week class that, and you could become a certified nursing assistant. It's like 8 hours, 5 days a week. Usually it takes like 3 months at MATC, but it was like a 2-week class. And so I became a certified nursing assistant, and I worked there only like 3 months before I moved to Madison. And I worked then I worked as basically the same kind of thing as CBRF, like taking care of elderly people. I did that for a few years, and then I got a job as on a staffing agency working at different nursing homes as a nursing assistant. So I worked about 7 years. Well, then I got a job at Meritor. Meritor Hospital, and I worked there from 2000 until year 2016 or something like that. And the first 5 years that I worked at Meritor, I was a nursing assistant. I worked in their nursing home, but I also was going to nursing school, and I graduated as an RN. And then I transferred from the nursing home directly into child and adolescent psychiatry, which is right by my house here. It's only like a 3-minute drive. And I worked there for a year, and I used to float to the adult unit, and I decided I wanted to transfer to the adult unit. So after a year in the child and adolescent unit, I transferred to the adult unit. And I worked there for 12 years. I became board certified in psychiatry. So I skipped over some stuff like I got engaged to my wife in 2004. We were friends in 1998. And then we got married in Jamaica in 2007. And our marriage was pretty good for a while. Really good for a while. Except I was, maybe not from her perspective, because right before we got married, like 3 months before our marriage, my mom died. My dad had died 12 months before that, and so I was kind of like, I was a wreck, and I've just said, I wish I was dead, I wish I was dead. I was kind of a wreck after that. Ever since my mom died, I've just been kind of in a downward spiral. I haven't stopped talking for a long time. You asked, Julie, this is your fault. Anyway, then later on the marriage wasn't so hot. And it became an open marriage, and then I contracted HIV, and I don't know, then things spiraled out further out of control, and I couldn't work anymore, and then things spiraled even, I don't know, I had separated from my wife and lived with this asshole, and I'm gonna go on. Anyway, here I am. Big fucking mess. So, that's it. I wish I had some wax. I think, lots of people make monogamy work. I was a serial monogamist my whole life. I would have been happy staying in monogamy. Like, I never cheated on my girlfriends before. I didn't, I was straight up with my wife, too. Like, it's not in my nature to cheat, I guess. But I think my wife would rather I lie to her, though, or would have lied to her. Yeah, at least I told myself I was happy in monogamy. It wasn't like monogamy wasn't some ideal that I held up. I just kind of went with it because I figured that's what my partner wanted, and that in society we're taught it would be a bad thing even to ask. You're taught you shouldn't want to have another partner, but Yeah, I was satisfied, and but then, like I said, like my wife dealt with my depression after my mom died, and then we both suffered with some opiate addiction before our kids were born, and then but things were still smooth even through that, like, right, and then our kids were born, and then our second son was born, and my wife slipped into some really serious postpartum depression, which turned into really even more serious alcoholism, and by the end she was drinking like a liter of vodka a day, and treated me with, I would say, abject cruelty, and that, like, and it's still, I would have stayed monogamous. I really would have. Like, I was, I can content myself with masturbation, whatever, right? And then, one day, my wife was giving me shit because she, I wasn't hiding it. I was masturbating in the living room, and she came out, and I was watching gay porn, and then she started giving me shit about that. She hadn't had sex with me for a year, and then she's giving me shit about masturbating, and I was like, no, that's it. That's the last straw. Like, I'll go back so far, but like, you push me in a corner, I can't go back any farther. Like, this one thing can't even be mine. Like, I'm gonna just do whatever the fuck I want to do. And so it wasn't long after that, because she always knew that I was bisexual. Like I said, we were friends since 1998. I came out to her before we were even a couple. And then I started dating a woman again, and she's like, "Oh, he's not completely gay." So she told me about her feelings, and we became a couple shortly thereafter. But yeah, then after that, like I told her, I just want to, I need to explore this other side of my sexuality. I'm gonna start having sex with men. I said, I know it's not, we didn't talk about this when we got married, and it's not something you have to accept. I want you to think about it and come back and talk to me. Anyway. I don't know what else you want. I've been to the hospital 6 times, 6 inpatients, and high psychiatric stays. Hey, Jeff. We'll get you a supporter shout out, Jeff. Jeff Frozen, thank you. Jeff Frozen, thank you. Jeff Frozen, thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. What's that? What are you talking about, Nishchala? I think I could guess what for real. I'm not sure. I don't have to share though. Thank you, Daniel. Right back at you. Hey, Mary Lou. Oh, Julie, stop it. I didn't see that. Oh, So yeah, it's hard not to think about bullshit. I just can't, I can't stop thinking. I'm always distracted. Like, I turn on autopilot driving and I like forget where I'm going. Just driving along, crying, forgetting where I'm going. This is a fucking, what the fuck? You're welcome for real. Gotcha, Nishala. There's always something. Thank you, Mama G. New words today. There's always something underlying addiction. Drugs are a symptom. They're not the cause. We'll take care of the cause, but not the symptom. We enjoy the symptom. I heard about that, Jeff. What's that, Julie? Woo! Woo! People! Woo! It's 1969! Woo! Damn it, Daniel! That's his mom's nickname for him. Damn it, Daniel! Stop it. Stop it. Unless you feel you must. Then by all means, please continue. That's what my mom would say when she was complimented. Oh, I hate it, Julie. Did you say that, Daniel? I swear he told me that twice in the psych unit. He was gonna get a t-shirt, but damn it, Daniel. Three days without cigarettes, congrats. Hey, Alicia. I didn't know you were quitting, Daniel. You didn't complain about it at the hospital. I guess I did see a nicotine patch on there. Forgot. Good job, Mama G. 5 months. Mary Lou, let's see. I don't know, I was in the psych hospital. I don't know, it's just, I've been a wreck. But, you know, it's alright. I guess it's better than being like so numb like I was before. I don't know, I just think, you know, my therapist, like, she's really helped me realize, like, you know, I just, like, dismiss my own pain, I guess, and, like, and, just tell myself I can handle it, and whatever, and then, but, you know, I think, like, there's, like, a rich and varied trauma history, and, yeah, I had a lot of fun in the hospital too. I did, and that like so, like to like just not dismiss it and like have it in my face all the time. It just sucks. Hey Rose. You're gorgeous, Mama G. I don't know. So I've got more therapy coming up. In a couple of weeks, I'm going to be doing a partial hospitalization program, so that's like Monday through Friday group therapy, like 6 hours a day for 18 days. And we'll see how that goes, but my therapist really wants me to, really thinks I need residential psychiatric treatment too. She wants me to go away for a month. She was wanting me to go, there's like, in the hospital I was in, there's a residential treatment, like, and I thought that was bad. It was like an hour and a half away, and she's like looking at places in New Mexico. And I was just like sobbing in the office with her. I'm like, I can't go to fucking New Mexico. I don't know. Yeah, he's gonna come one of these weekends. When I do a full show, he's gonna come. Jason, a friend and I just decided we hope it's something good. Is that I'm horrible with my my state abbreviations. Is that Maine or Massachusetts? I hope it's a good move for you. I'm not seeing your comments, Daniel. All I saw was the word "come" here. Looking for places to psychiatric treatment or places to stay in Arizona. I don't know. I was like, yeah, and I was like sobbing, like, oh, like it's not possible for me to go, like it's. Because, like, I don't know, child care, and, like, how can I just leave for a month? And she's like, that's what we're here for, you know, because I have, like, I don't know, what can they do? I don't know, I'm really skeptical, like, anything could ever work out, ever, under any circumstances. But, you know, I at the AIDS Resource Center of Wisconsin, where I go, where I get my treatment. It's like a one-stop shop. They have, you know, a medical clinic, a dental clinic, a pharmacy, a social work department, a legal department, a food pantry, and I don't know. But my therapist and mental health, behavioral mental health too. Like that's where I see my therapist and I hope you can get some this show. I kind of hope it works out for me. And they said, she said, you know, like, she said she's gonna work with my social worker and see what happens. If I'm gonna be locked up for a month anyway, like I'd rather be locked up for a month in a place that's right for me. I trust this therapist, and she wants me to have a specific kind of therapy, like trauma, not trauma informed, but trauma trained. They're different, I guess. And it's terrible. He's terrible. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Mama G. Thank you, Mary Lou. You bet, Travis. You want to see D's nuts? Here's D's nuts. That's awesome, Travis. I'm really lucky, Julie. This is like a really amazing community. And it always has been. I don't know, it seems really cohesive lately though, too. Cher, you know I'm always happy to show you my cock. I see D's nuts and my cock at the same time. Oh yeah. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Salty. Oh. I really appreciate the support, like the kind words about the show. Like, sometimes I really have doubts about it, right? Like, I don't know, just it's like I just feel like I'm told too. Like my wife just like she like thinks I have delusions of grandeur. The show is like just silly nuisance. I understand that it's an inconvenience to her, but like, I think she's not seeing, because of it, like she's not seeing what it really is. Anyway, maybe I just do have delusions. She tolerates them, you know, like, and because she tolerates them, she's like, I put up with this for 1,000 pills, like, she thinks that means she's supportive. And she, you know, like, whatever. Alicia, the show's here to be designed to be, you know, here as often as you want to be or can be. And that means pee. So he's calling it a wicked yes in the psych hospital. Thanks, Travis Mason. Let's give you a supporter shout out. Travis Mason, thank you! Travis Mason, thank you! Travis Mason. We'll see if that happens, Melissa. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I guess they're coming September 1st or some shit. You're welcome, Travis. Thank you for the support, man. The next payout period or whatever is September 1st. I'm glad you did too, Daniel Clark. I know, I'm a lucky dude. I'm glad you're here to support me too, sir. No, Alicia, not the Equifax payments. I'm losing hope that we'll get any of that because the more people that sign up for it, the less money that'd be. If everyone that was affected by Equifax signed up for their check or whatever, they would split it up. Like there's only so much money, so if it went over a certain number of people, they'll just split the amount of money between the number of people, and if everybody signed up for it, like every person would get like 12 cents or something. You're welcome, Daniel Clark. I see you soon, Mary Lou. What a scam. Equifax got off light. Jesus Christ. Me either, Daniel Clark. You guys all want to see Daniel, don't you? Cindy Lou. Oh, we'll give Cindy Lou a belated birthday. Cindy Lou, happy belated birthday! Cindy Lou, happy belated birthday! sorry, Cindy Lou. Yeah, I didn't think they sent out checks yet either. I thought everybody's going to get the same amount. You can sing anything you like. I only know the one song that I can sing. No, I got denied, Cindy Lou. That's one of the things that precipitated my hospital stay. Just really upset. I don't know what the future brings. Don't have the donut song. It's around here somewhere. I haven't found it for a while. It's been a long time. It's a song I used to play, and I had a record. It's by Burl Ives. It's almost like a kid's song. It sounds like a kid's song. Something if you go through life like you're 6 years old or something. I forget. But like one of the lines, like in one of the verses, the repeated verses, it says, "Watch the donut, not the hole." And I think it's just like the donut is a metaphor for life, and you know, like you watch, like pay attention to like the sweet part, and like don't pay attention to what the sweet part and ignore what's missing. And I used to strip down to my underwear usually when I sang it and wave my butt in front of the donut hole. So like, watch the donut, not the hole, because like then through the hole would be my butt. Anyway, around that time, I have a better account now that I can go live from, and so it doesn't take one person's report, but I was getting reported all the time, and so I stopped doing that just because like there's no fun anymore because trolls would ruin it. Burl Ives did. Cindy Lou, you can try logging out and logging back in. It's missing. I have so many records now. It's like lost in the ether. That's why everybody clamors for the donut song. They want to see me stripped down to my underwear and dancing. Really, that's what it's about. I don't give a shit about the song. But it's in semi-retirement. It has been ever since I got pissed off about being reported so much. I really haven't told. You know, at the time I didn't tell people why I retired it, because I didn't want to just give the trolls more fuel to like oh, they're like, oh, it's working, let's keep fucking with him. So I just subtly retired it. Yeah, they're like you can buy a lot of new vinyl. I play like I don't have any like what do you call those 33s or like the records that have a whole album on it. Like my records they're 78s, so like thick and heavy, and they only have one song on each side. I could use a dab. Yeah, I could go grab the book in a little while. I don't know that brand. Everybody, friend Daniel. You're still here, Nishala. Good. Hey, Abby. I've only ever had to block a few people. Like I think 2 people on my page, and maybe 2 people on my personal timeline. I suspect they might be all the same person, or at least. I don't know, Abby. I don't know. What I do? Weak Jason, what does that mean? But yeah, so I used to not block anybody at all, and then like I don't know if somebody really is like can't respect boundaries and is like when it borderlines on harassment, then I don't know. Most trolls, you know, I don't block trolls like the first day, but if people keep coming back and like spamming all my posts and like saying like horrible shit, you know, like if somebody's here just for maliciousness, I don't have to sit it. I decide I don't have to sit for abuse. Sure, that's my kind of person. Oh, it pisses me off when I have to. Feels like I just lost a battle. Battle of wills. I blink. I hate it. I hate it. But at some point, I lose either way, I think. At some point, the battle becomes unwinnable. I don't remember Finkel and Einhorn. Hey, Catherine, break. Right back at you. Thank you. Most trolls respect that I don't like to block. I've seen pictures too of Daniel's drag outfits. Oh yeah. Yep. Steven's one of the ones that got blocked. Just on my personal page, some of you might remember Joe Jackson. I blocked him. But fuck the people I blocked. I forgot to bring up. There's somebody that watched the show. She used to help share the show a lot. I don't know, in the 300s probably. But she recently died. She had an infection in her foot. Must have gone septic or something. She lived in Alabama. I wanted to go and visit her and go to the Rocket and Space and Rocket Museum. Laura and the boys and I drove through there and stopped at the museum the last time. But I remember when she used to watch the show all the time. She used to talk about getting the boys tickets to camp. That'd be really crazy if they were Raylene. I just blocked him, on the page and my personal timeline. But no, Samantha Knox. I think she has to go by Samantha Lee, I think. Anyway, I hadn't talked to her for quite some time, but she was a real friend of the show. Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. It's a ridiculous, like, I don't know, it's like a ridiculous pissing match, Jeff, that I shouldn't engage in. But no, I think it's important though, because it's not, I really love having this community. It's really, really important to me. But it's really not why I started the show. The show originally was to reach people, right? Reach people and teach them. And you guys can help with that mission now that you already are learned. But and to really reach, to really reach people that are truly ignorant on the subject, right? I have to go walk with the people, amongst the people. And that includes the trolls. You have to get down with the beggars, the prostitutes, the petty thieves. I don't know, I have this messiah complex. That's who Jesus used to hang out with. And and trolls especially, I think I put them in the same category. Well, how many trolls have I taught though, Mama G? There might be one. I blocked how many people? Three people in 1,005 tills. So 3 people were so unteachable that I couldn't allow them to come here to be taught anymore. But I think trolls are a population, especially I think memes about making fun of people with AIDS and age jokes, and I think that I know they run freely and certain in the bowels of the Book of Face interwebs. And to waltz in there proudly stating I have HIV, I get commands respect from them. And those are the people, they, along with everyone else, the ones that really benefit most from learning. So it's worth it. It's worth it to put up with the abuse of some. It's okay to be. It's worth it to be mocked. It's worth it to play the clown. It's worth it to spend the time. I hope. And I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I hope all this bullshit that I put up with I hope it was worth something. You've been here a lot for real. It's good to see you. I've been. Thanks, Catherine. You're like, it's my favorite sentence. You are right, Jason. That's my favorite sentence in the English language. Well, I decide where the line is drawn, I guess. That's on me. But you know, like everybody else can decide too. Like this is my line. That's what Facebook works. You know, like you know what? Because what would happen if I just started blocking everybody that if I let it up to mob rule who we blocked, left it up to be a democracy, I'd be blocking. You know, it'd be like smear the queer, who's popular. It could be a vote for who's the most popular, because you know people would be come in and like I want to be the most popular person in here and start talking smack to this person over here and this person like oh fuck I'm being attacked and start lashing out back and they're all of a sudden like just being horrible to one another and like I have to decide okay who's right and who's wrong here. You're both acting like shit. Like, and I might have an opinion who started it, but really, does that excuse the behavior of the other person? I don't know. There's too much fucking gray area. And I just like, I'm not here to be a fucking babysitter for fucking adults. I can't handle it. I can't be a fucking referee. Like I didn't. That's not what I signed up for. I signed up to take a fucking pill, not to be a fucking babysitter. Thank you, Daniel Clark. Why do I feel like such a crybaby then? Hey, Nicole Benson. I wear victim like a badge of honor. I don't know. It can have negative connotations, I guess, but I think we're all victim of this world, this cruel existence. Even the best of us end up with a shitty fate. Or the most lucky of us turns to shit. Like some I don't know if Daniel was there for this conversation. There was a woman in the psych hospital who was saying she would never use a dildo because she was just in love with her boyfriend so much. And then she mentioned there was something you can basically get a mold of a person's penis and then turn that into a dildo. And she's like, maybe I'd get one of those. Someday, Cher. Like, if I do merchandise, that's like on the list. You know, I want some like, I don't want just like standard T-shirts and mugs. Like, I want like cool shit that people like be like proud to own. I gotta have like I don't know. A lot of people suggest I should sell shit, and like I'm just like I want to be fucking Yoda, right? Or Spaceballs. Merchandising. But like if I, especially I don't know, especially on such a small audience, like it feels like I don't know, whatever. You feel like I'm guilting people into. Anyway, no, I don't know. I don't know what you get, what we could get, but dildos is a good start. I bought my wife the Eroscillator. It's the only vibrator approved by Dr. Ruth. And when I found it because I was first started looking for a vibrator that you could plug in. Like I was using the vibrator on her a lot, and I could tell like when the battery was running low, and it was so annoying. It was like it was harder to get her off, and like you'd have to change the batteries, and it was disruptive. And like I just knew a plug-in like vibrator would just keep going and going and going, and so I think I looked up corded vibrators or something like that, and stuff. That's also got some special action, like it doesn't just vibrate; it like moves or something like this which decreases numbing, right? Like, because if you stimulate the same area, like no matter where it's at, like the nerve potentiating, you can't feel it in the same spot forever, right? The nerve cells or whatever get tired, but this like helps prevent that, so the clitoris doesn't get numb. Yeah, it's called it has like 6 different attachments, like one specially designed to like cup the clit, and like other ones that be careful, Daniel, be careful. Do you have a stripper pole in your place? You didn't tell me that. You're welcome, Julie. You're welcome. Oh, and there's like one attachment. It's like 6 beads. I don't know if you're supposed to stick it up your butt or what. You need a generator, Alicia. Just like you get a generator outside and write on big letters for sex toys. Let's see. I'll look it up for you. Oh, Mr. Reed, I'm just sharing with these lovely people my best advice about which vibrator they should buy. The Eroscillator, if you were curious. The only vibrator approved by Dr. Ruth. Bob Reed is like one of the coolest people I've ever met. I'm glad he's watching. Perfect time for you to walk in. Robert Allen, converted French motors work pretty good. What, for its vibrators? It sounds dangerous. Oh, you had a good one too, Melissa? What are you shocked at, Daniel? I'm surprised anything could shock you. I don't know, I want one of those crystal flashlights, maybe. I like to see what's happening. Well, I don't know if anything could really make Bob Reed blush. I don't know. We haven't spent that much time together since I graduated high school, but we've seen each other off and on. I remember the first time it was at a courthouse. I forget why. I think my brother was getting married or something, and he was there. I'm sure just because he was a trial hound. He took us took my class to a criminal trial. One of our other students as a field trip in high school. Like, see, he's like one of the coolest people I've ever met. Like not too many people get that experience in their high school, or have a teacher that respects his students enough to think that they could handle it. Because there's just like six or seven. I won't be humble. Like some of the 6 or 7 of the best students of that year, I think. They're just like really bright kids, and we were all in mock trial, and so it was a learning experience. It wasn't like a gratuitous thing. Anyway, yeah, I had him for English composition. I had him for a study hall, and I had him for 2 semesters of rhetoric. And so he taught me like how to communicate and how to he taught me how to think. He taught me how to it's weird to say, but he did. He taught me how to think. He put handles on like the thoughts I was having. Like when I was watching, I'd watch the news and I'd have this feeling about a politician, like, oh, that's wrong. I don't like, and I look at my parents and like they wouldn't have that same feeling. Like, and I just like, to me there was like just something obviously, like I couldn't put my finger on what they were like how I was being manipulated. But the first semester of rhetoric, we were taught how like we looked at a spectrum of magazines, like a far left magazine, more of a neutral magazine, and a far right magazine, and we'd read articles from each one of them. And before we read those articles, we first had to learn like 25, like wrote from memory, like 25 logical fallacies. For those of you who don't know what logical fallacies are, they're just like errors in thought. Like I don't know what are some examples. Like I can't remember a single one right now. No, appealing to authority. Like, so if you say to somebody, I'm an expert, so that means I'm right. Like, being an expert in something doesn't mean you're right. Like, and that's like people will. It's called appeal to authority. Like if somebody's losing an argument, they'll say this expert says it's true, and if that doesn't really prove anything, the expert has to have his own evidence to make something true. Like appeal to pity is another one. It's like if you're having an argument with somebody and they're like, "Oh, feel sorry for me," like it doesn't matter that I did something wrong. You should feel sorry for me. That's an appeal to pity. Like it's another logical fallacy. Just because you're pathetic and sad doesn't mean you win your argument. Another logical fallacy is like circulus in probando, like where I think it was like A equals B and B equals A, something like that. I forget. Like where you say this is that because of that, and this is because of that. That's because of that. That one's harder for me to explain, but anyway, we had to memorize like 25 of these different ways that in arguments people try to trip you up and which are, aren't logical, and then we had to read articles in all the different magazines from the spectrum and see and underline in each article all the different logical fallacies we could find, and to show that no matter which political spectrum you come from, everybody in their speech uses things to manipulate you, and being given handles to say this is how I'm being manipulated, and this is where their argument is untrue. It gave structure to my thoughts. That's a perfect appeal to authority, Robert Allen. If the Pope said it, it's true. Exactly. So yeah, that was I really liked learning about logical fallacies. I don't know. Anybody have any questions or any answers? Someday, Melissa. Someday. Not now. What are you thanking me for, Daniel? Stop it. No, right now, I'm applying for disability, and I can't. And it's true. I'm disabled. I can't shower every day. I'm not gonna, and I don't want to organize. I don't want to do it. I don't want to sell things. I didn't start to sell things. I didn't start this to start selling things, and it makes me uncomfortable to sell things. And I don't want to. It's funny how little I have to do. I'm a pretty friendly guy, but I'm also a very stubborn guy. I don't know, I was explaining to Daniel earlier, I have very tight production control. I've only been doing this like for 1,000 days. Got a routine. You don't know the half of Melissa, and I'm not talking about something as silly as merchandising. It just like people my whole life have tried to get me to do things. I don't like to be told what to do. I do have a hard time reaching some places. You'll love the shower head. I have an amazing shower head. An excellent pressure. It's all good, Melissa. I haven't had a guest in the shower since like shower like 18 or something. State number 10's already there. You missed it, Laura. I don't remember when that happened. I masturbated on the couch when I was like just hanging out down there when the show was rolling. And that's when I put a stain on the couch. I knock one off while the show's rolling. Daniel's never seen a couch auction before. We could put one on. I know, Laura. How'd you miss it? I'd have to put my auctioneer hat on. I usually don't tell people. I'm subtle about it. I only tell them after the fact. Next time I bring up the couch, like, there's another stain. Okay. Or people are really observant, and if I'm off screen down here for a while, and I go immediately to the couch and wipe my hand, you can catch it. All right, dang it to heck. So, coming up next, we have lovely lot number 69. It comes in a beautiful shade of light red. For the lonely troll that makes the winning bid, it opens up to reveal not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, actually 5. Count them, 5. 5 trolls. So the lonely troll makes the winning bid will be lonely no longer. I don't know if you're even on Facebook Live enough to know about couch sales. Anyway, that's not the best part though. I didn't show you the claw feet, but it comes topped off. Not with 1, not with 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, not even 9, but count them 10. 10 cum stains. This crusty area is right here. It's genuine cum. It's covered. Catch what there? Not for me. If you're talking about HIV, not for me. U equals U. All right, bidding starts at Tree Fitty. Do I have Tree Fitty? Tree Fitty, Tree Fitty, Tree Fitty. Aunt Johnson, why the what? Yeah, you don't want to buy the couch. Is that what you're saying? You're not in the market. It's comfy. Catch the load? You want me to catch your load? I'm confused. When I think of catching a load, it's like it has nothing to do with couches. At least you're good humor about it. You're never gonna let me down or never gonna let me go? Good, good. Shit! I forgot to delete Facebook and reinstall it before I started this. Well, yeah. What do you think? How do you think I come all over it? How many people in here have ever fucked a couch? Like, legitimately fucked a couch? Besides me. Poll. When I was an adolescent, we had a couch. Cushions were just perfect. I only did it once or twice because I I think it started like being too rough. I knew it, Daniel. I knew it. How did I know that? Like, who wouldn't fuck a couch? Like, I don't know, when you're a growing boy, you're looking for anything to fuck, and it's not easy to find something to fuck. I always look at different shampoo bottles. Like, they never had the right size holes. Nothing has the right size hole, except the couch worked pretty good. Hi, Tasha Black. I'm doing all right. Do you? Do you? Well, that could be fun. If you're just looking somebody solely to fuck, is it really that hard? No, I don't know. You need like Tinder or something, like social media age or social like smartphone app age of sex. It makes it so easy. Like, at least for if you're into having sex with like, if you're a guy that's also into having sex with men. Like, Grindr makes it like incredibly easy. I can't help but feel that Tinder is the same way if you're a woman. But like sometimes, I get it. Sometimes you're looking for just the right person to fuck, and that's different. Good at word for handles. They could work. I haven't been on Grindr for a couple of years. I was on Grindr a lot before I was diagnosed with HIV, and then right after I was diagnosed, I couldn't even look at the app. Right, it's like too painful. And I was like, I don't know. And I should have tried to reach out more to like, I just couldn't, right? Treat like to people I did sex with, like for one, I didn't even know who they were. It's always just like random strangers, like, and I'm just like, there's only like a couple people that I really thought like might have been at risk, and eventually, like a year later, when I did get back on Grindr, I reached out to that one person and told him about it, and he was okay. He wasn't. That was good. Is it fake swag? Mine is Wet Noodle. WHETNOODLE. Wet Noodle. WHET means like, right? It means like whet your appetite. I don't know. Like it. I think it's right and wet. I think whatever. It's a pun. And then, so yeah, like after I was on Grindr a lot before I was diagnosed, and I couldn't go back on it for a year, and then what? And then I went back on there for a while. I just had to prove to myself that like people would still have sex with me, right? So I had to sex with somebody who was HIV positive, somebody who was HIV negative. I don't know. I had sex like I don't know how many times after that. But probably for another 6 months or something, and just dabbled around on Grindr, and then just like dealing with people and like dealing with disclosing, and just like it just. People are assholes. It wasn't, worth getting my dick sucked to like dealing with a bunch of assholes, and really I'd gotten everything. It was getting old anyway. I'd gotten everything I was gonna get out of it. Whatever. Just rambling. What is green, slimy, and smells like bacon? I don't know. Pickle that's been up a cop's ass. Yeah, like you can like not be rude, right? I'm shocked, Daniel. I'm shocked. I think it's a pretty fun sport too. I had a good guess too about Kermit the Frog's penis. Nice. Miss Piggy. Have some chocolate milk. Hey, Sarah Wild, long time no see. I feel, I don't know, I don't feel good about myself. Thank you. Like I said before, Dan, you're really calming and soothing. Just the sweetest guy. Hey, Bill Allen. Oh, don't make me go over it, Alicia. I'll probably read to you in just a little bit. It's about time we should read some nursery rhymes. Okay. It's almost. I guess we have a little bit more time. Usually in the last hour we read. Tomorrow is always the scariest day. I like those. I like the sour gummy worms. I prefer blow pops though. It's sort of like sucking a dick. A little bit. People always give me a hard time when I eat them on the show. Like, oh yeah, get it, Jason. It's just fucking with people, Tasha. Strawberries should be green. Oh, Alicia, you talking? Or is that your post with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? Yeah, I don't cut out sugar. I haven't. I wouldn't. Because I'd rather die of liver disease. Because I didn't do anything different. But no, I think twice in my life I've been over 200 pounds. Just over 200 pounds, and both times, like, my liver enzymes got way out of whack. I had gallbladder disease when I was in my early 20s. That's like, and they did a liver biopsy then, and it showed inflammation and scarring, which is hepatitis, right? Like, that's not viral hepatitis. Like, hepatitis just literally means like inflammation of the liver, liveritis, like hepatitis. It's like, yeah, and viruses can cause it, the scarring and inflammation, but also just too much fat and sugar. And usually, like for me at least, is a direct function of weight. And whenever I get over 200 pounds, like, my liver enzymes would go up, and it was obviously doing real damage. Like, you can't necessarily go by liver enzymes by, like, you can have a lot high liver enzymes and no liver damage. and you can have normal liver enzymes and lots of liver damage. So it's like there's no magic like diagnostic tool. But when I've lost weight, my liver enzymes have gone down, and I haven't shown any other signs of liver disease. It's easy to do. It's easy to do. Trust me. Like I said, I go from 150 to 200, like somewhere range in there. You can name one for me, Sarah. How did it go, Daniel? Like, I remember you saying, like, after the biopsies, you seemed less worried, and you thought it was related to your blood sugars. I know that much. But I didn't know what that could mean for your liver, though. You're welcome. You know, and I think if, I don't know, and I get for me, I think if my diet hasn't mattered, and maybe if I just like drink soda, like sugared soda all day long, and eat at McDonald's, burgers and pizza, nothing healthy, no greens or nothing fresh. That's let's name after Daniel, a butterfly named Daniel. You can name it Damn It Daniel. Have to get Daniel Vega's pumping his continuous glucose monitoring. Daniel the butterfly, I love it. That's what his mom called him. Damn it, Daniel. There's a book series, like, what's it called? What's it called? Something David. Stop it, David. No, don't David. Something like it. It might as well be Damn It, David. Forget. It's every page is David doing something he shouldn't be doing. It's like Bob the butterfly. Maybe we can do that during the week sometime. Stop, David. That's it. That's funny. Oh, Daniel and David went around causing trouble. Stop, David. That's it. Just imagine. Oh, it just stopped. I did promise Daniel one more shout out. People are going to be jealous of the attention you're getting, Daniel. Daniel Clark, we love you. You're welcome. Welcome back, Joel. I think in a couple minutes, I think the Titanic song would be a good song to play. I like that one. It's super sad. It feels like I'm dancing on the deck of the Titanic, is what I always say. It's what's it called? The Last Rose of Summer. It's like achingly sad, which I love. They said in the hospitals, right, Daniel? They said, like, opposite action. I'm like, fuck that. I do want to listen to the sad music. I just like to wallow in misery. That's what I like to do. Fuck opposite action. Who wants to feel any better? Drag it to heck. It's from like 1903. It's cool. It's really cool recording. Mini what? I am so confused by your comments, Joel. What are you going to sing in the shower? I do have it on a record. What are you going to sing in the shower? Mini objects, mini televisions and things like that. You have you have miniatures too? That was one of my favorite things about Mr. Rogers. Like when he would have the miniature Land of Make Believe. He wouldn't pull them out very often. They were in his kitchen, you know, like right by the fish tank. I love miniature stuff. I do. Last Rose of Summer? Yeah, I thought that was a good idea. I'll play it in just a minute. Wait, so... Sometimes it's hard for me to follow along, Joel. I really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. I love you too. Hey, Brenda Hack. I forget what I was saying. All right, I'm gonna. I think I missed comments too, so like, then one comment will seem out of context. That I'll be like, "What?" Trust me, it's not just you. Some people think I've completely ignored them, and I just haven't seen their comments. And sometimes Facebook, I think they really don't show up on my iPad too, which makes it even worse. We'll do the best we can, I guess. So, Daniel has a tattoo that says "Love is love." That's cool. All right, dang it to heck. Let's listen to that song now. Dated September 26th, or September 22nd, 1903. Dated September 26th, September 22nd, 1903. Hey, Rebecca. I'm going to read some nursery rhymes. My mom used to have a copy of this book when I was a kid. The cover just fell off, but I'll show you guys the cover quick. It's called Popular Nursery Rhymes. Mother Goose rhymes with explanations and illustrations. Some of the best part is the explanations. Little Boy Blue. On my iPad sometimes I do. Little Boy Blue, come blow your horn. The cow's in the meadow, the sheep's in the corn. Where is the boy who looks after the sheep? He's under a haycock, fast asleep. Will you wake him? No, not I. For if I do, he's sure to cry. It has been suggested that Little Boy Blue was intended to represent Thomas, Cardinal Wolsey, the son of an Ipswich butcher who became Henry VIII's Lord Chancellor, but fell from favor. As a child, he probably did tend his father's sheep, but there's no real reason for associating the rhyme with him, and, as the editors of the Oxford Dictionary of Nursery Rhymes point out, it more closely resembles the lines from Act 3, Scene 6 of King Lear. Sleepest or wakest thou, jolly shepherd? Thy sheep's in the corn, and for one blast of thy minikin mouth, thy sheep shall take no harm. Curly locks, curly locks. Curly locks, curly locks, wilt thou be mine? Thou shalt not wash dishes, nor yet feed the swine, but sit on a cushion and sew a fine seam, and feed upon strawberries, sugar and cream. It has been suggested, but not substantiated, that Curlylocks is Charles II. One version of this was a popular courtship rhyme in Cumberland in the early 19th century. Good night, Tasha. There was a Jolly Miller once. There was a Jolly Miller once, lived on the River Dee. He worked and sang from morn till night, no lark as blithe as he. And this the burden of his song, forever used to be. I care for nobody, no, not I, and nobody cares for me. A mill has stood on the Dee at Chester since the 11th century, and the legendary Jolly Miller is said to have incurred the envy of Henry VIII because of his wealth and independence. The old mill on the Dee was burned down in 1895, a year after the death of the Jolly Miller's last descendant. There's a drawing at the bottom here. Bridge and mill on the River Dee from 1645. Peter, Peter, Pumpkin Eater. Peter, Peter, Pumpkin Eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her. He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well. Peter, Peter, Pumpkin Eater, had another and didn't love her. Peter learned to read and spell, and then he loved her very well. The pumpkin is, curiously, a popular vegetable in children's literature, possibly because of its association with Halloween, when hollowed-out pumpkins are used to make lanterns said to warn off evil spirits. It will be remembered, too, that Cinderella's coach was magically transformed from a pumpkin. 3 blind mice. Good night, Rebecca. 3 blind mice. See how they run. They all ran after the farmer's wife, who cut off their tails with a carving knife. Did you ever see such a thing in your life as 3 blind mice? A version of this very popular round first appeared in 1609, although it was not found in children's literature before the mid-19th century. Which one is dirty, Tasha? Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 1, the mouse ran down, hickory dickory dock. This rhyme, like so many others, attempts to capture a sound, the ticking of a grandfather clock, in words. The rhyme was known from at least the middle of the 18th century and was a favorite of Sir Walter Scott's, who repeated it to one of his frequent visitors, the child and diarist Marjorie Fleming. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Catch a tiger by the toe. If he squeals, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. And there's a British version of this book too, the original British version, and instead of tiger, it uses the word nigger. And the explanation, the counting out rhyme used to single out which in a group of children shall be it, is perhaps the most popular of such rhymes in the English-speaking world. There are similar versions of the first line in German and in Cornish dialect. Like in the British one, it says, and the second line being of obvious American origin, because obviously Americans are the only ones who would be racist enough to use it. Georgie Porgy. Georgie Porgy, pudding and pie, kissed the girls and made them cry. When the boys came out to play, Georgie Porgy ran away. There are various historical contenders for this role. George I is one, George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, another, and popular tradition says Charles II. Although familiar since the late 19th century, this version of the rhyme does not seem to have been common in the nursery before 1850. Old King Cole. You're so naughty, Daniel. All right, you're the expert, Catherine. Old King Cole. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. He called for his pipe. He called for his bowl. He called for his fiddlers three. Every fiddler he had a fiddle, and a very fine fiddle had he. Oh, there's none so rare that can compare with King Cole and his fiddlers three. There's a man with right priorities. Call for his pipe, call for his bowl. I'll take a fiddler or three. What do they fiddle with? All right. This is one of the most popular of all nursery rhymes, and there was already speculation in Queen Anne's reign about the identity of this jolly monarch. According to the ancient chroniclers, a King Cole certainly ruled in Britain in the 3rd century. He is said to have built Colchester, and in the city a gravel pit of Roman origin is still known locally as King Cole's Kitchen. The 12th century chronicler, Geoffrey of Monmouth, states that Cole's daughter was skilled in music, which could, perhaps, account for her father's appreciation of the art. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Nishala. Much love, Alicia. Hark, hark, the dogs do bark. Hark, hark, the dogs do bark. The beggars are coming into town, some in rags, and some in jags, and some in velvet gowns. It is possible that this refers to the beggars of Tudor times, when, out of a total population of under 5 million, 10,000 or more were out of work. The unfortunate vagabonds, mostly able-bodied men and women, roamed the countryside, raiding lonely farms and cottages, and openly begging for alms in the towns. The velvet gown here would clearly have been stolen property. Another suggestion is that the beggars were the Dutchmen who came to England with William III in 1688. The one in a velvet gown, as this line appears in some versions, being William III himself. Oh, the grand old Duke of York. He had 10,000 men. I don't know how this goes. He marched them up to the top of a hill, and he marched them down again. I think it's a song. And when they were up, they were up. And when they were down, they were down. And when they were only halfway up, they were neither up nor down. That was fun. That was fun. The Duke was Frederick Augustus, Duke of York, and second son of George III. According to his biographer, Colonel Byrne, there is no event in the Duke's military career which remotely resembles the operation described in the jingle. And it is probable that these lines were adapted by one of his detractors from the old rhyme. The King of France went up the hill with 40,000 men. The King of France came down the hill, and ne'er went up again. Wow. I hope my voice is soothing you to sleep, Sarah. Ding dong bell. Ding dong bell. Pussy's in the well. Who put her in? Little Johnny Green. Who pulled her out? Little Tommy Stout. What a naughty boy was that to try to drown poor Pussy Cat, who never did him any harm and killed the mice in his father's barn. Versions of this, one of the oldest of nursery rhymes, have existed since at least the late 16th century. Shakespeare uses ding dong bell. Jason Elvin uses ding dong bell in his premise. Shakespeare uses Ding Dong Bell as the burden of songs in The Merchant of Venice, Act 3, Scene 2. Let us all ring fancy's knell. I'll begin it. Ding Dong Bell. And in The Tempest, Act 1, Scene 2, sea nymphs hourly ring his knell. Hark! Now I hear them. Ding Dong Bell. I love you too, Mama G. I totally stole that from this book in Shakespeare. That line in the premise. Boy, does she now. Heck, I mean... Never mind. Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross. Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross to see a fine lady upon a white horse. With rings on her fingers and bells on her toes, she shall have music wherever she goes. The lady here has been variously identified as Elizabeth I, Lady Godiva, and a 17th century noblewoman called Celia Fienne, whose family lived at Broughton Castle near Banbury, and who made many rides on horseback through England after 1697. The big cross at Banbury was destroyed in 1601 in a fit of Puritan zeal, and the bells on her toes refers to the 15th century custom of attaching bells to the tapering toes of each shoe. Dr. Foster went to Gloucester. Dr. Foster went to Gloucester in a shower of rain. He stepped in a puddle, right up to his middle, and never went there again. A popular tradition in the West Country suggests that Dr. Foster was Edward I, whose horse, on one of his visits to the city, floundered in the mud of a Gloucester street. So deep was the mud that planks had to be laid down before the horse could regain its footing, and Edward, distressed and angered by the incident, vowed he would never visit Gloucester again. That reminded me of my mom, too. She used to read me when I was just a wee lad. Boys and girls come out to play. Boys and girls come out to play. The moon doth shine as bright as day. Leave your supper and leave your sleep, and come with your playfellows into the street. Come with a whoop, come with a call, come with goodwill, or come not at all. Up the ladder and down the wall, a halfpenny loaf will serve us all. You find milk, and I'll find flour, and we'll have pudding in half an hour. This popular song was known in adult literature in the early 18th century, and probably dates from the middle of the 17th century. It is only in relatively modern times, and largely in Anglo-Saxon countries, that children have been sent to bed soon after dark. In the 17th century, it would not have been unnatural for children, who were dressed and treated as miniature adults, to be playing by moonlight. Hey diddle diddle. Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle. The cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such fun, and the dish ran away with the spoon. This charming and immensely popular nonsense rhyme is very ancient. According to a play written by Thomas Preston in 1569, Hey Diddle Diddle was a new dance, accompanied by a tune on the fiddle. Some commentators have suggested that Elizabeth I is the cat, and Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, the dog. He is like one of my little lapdog. He's like my little lapdog, she once said of him. Others claim that it refers respectively to Catherine of Aragon, Catherine the Great, Catan, a supposed governor of Calais called Catan la Fidèle, and the game of cat or trap ball, a popular tavern game. The editors of the Oxford Dictionary of Nursery Rhymes suggest that most of this is nonsense, and add, the sanest observation on this rhyme seems to have been made by Sir Henry Reed. I prefer to think, he says, that it commemorates the athletic lunacy to which the strange conspiracy of the cat and the fiddle incited the cow. Who killed Cock Robin? I killed Cock Robin with a BB gun when I was like 11 years old. I was really embarrassed and really ashamed, and I threw the robin in the woods next to my house, and then eventually confessed to my mother. Who killed Cock Robin? I, said the sparrow, with my bow and arrow. I killed Cock Robin. Who saw him die? I, said the fly, with my little eye. I saw him die. Who caught his blood? I, said the fish, with my little dish. I caught his blood. Who will make his shroud? I, said the beetle. With my thread and needle, I'll make his shroud. Who will dig his grave? I, said the owl. With my spade and shovel, I'll dig his grave. Who will be the parson? I, said the rook. With my little book, I'll be the parson. Who will be the clerk? I, said the lark. If it's not in the dark, I'll be the clerk. Who will carry him to the grave? I, said the kite. If it's not in the night, I'll carry him to the grave. Who will carry the link? I, said the linnet. I'll fetch it in a minute. I'll carry the link. Who will be the chief mourner? I, said the dove, for I mourn for my love. I'll be the chief mourner. Who will bear the pall? We, says the wren. Both the cock and the hen, we'll bear the pall. Who will sing a psalm? I, said the thrush, as she sat in a bush. The bush. I'll sing a song. Who will toll the bell? I, said the bull, because I can pull. So cock robin, farewell. All the birds of the air fell a sighing and a sobbing when they heard the bell tolling for poor cock robin. Many believe that this tale dates at least from the 14th century, indicated by the rhyming of shovel with owl, when the pronunciation of the former was shaul. It has also been suggested that it is a rendering in rhyme of some early myth, possibly that of the death of Balder, the Norse god of summer sunlight, slain by Hodor at the instigation of Loki. Others see a parallel with the intrigues which brought down the downfall of Robert Walpole's ministry, popularly known as the Robinocracy, in 1742. Certainly the earliest known recording of the rhyme, circa 1774, coincides with Walpole's downfall, and it is possible that the old rhyme was resurrected or rewritten at this time. The link here means a torch, and the bull, a bullfinch. I just love that stuff about some early myth, possibly that of the death of Balder, the Norse god of summer sunlight, slain by Hodor, which reminds me of Hodor from Game of Thrones, at the instigation of Loki, which we all know from Avengers. Alright. Ba, ba, black sheep. Ba, ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. 1 for the master, 1 for the dame, and 1 for the little boy who lives down the lane. This rhyme has been known for some 200 years and was used by Kipling in 1888 for his story of the same title. This is one of my favorite ones. There was a little girl. There was a little girl, and she had a little curl right in the middle of her forehead. When she was good, she was very, very good. But when she was bad, she was horrid. Remember my mom used to say this to me? She would draw a little curl in my head as she say it. There was a little girl. She had a little curl right on her forehead. It was always like that. A great deal has been written, particularly in the U.S., about the origins of this rhyme. It is popularly supposed, and indeed probable, that Henry Wadsworth Longfellow wrote it for his daughter, Edith, on a day when she refused to have her hair curled. I hope you like it, share. I hope you're enjoying it, Mama G. Hot cross buns. Hot cross buns, 1 a penny, 2 a penny, hot cross buns. If you have no daughters, give them to your sons. 1 a penny, 2 a penny, hot cross buns. But if you have none of these little elves, then you may eat them all yourselves. This street cry, which has been sung for several centuries, was chanted on Good Friday morning when hot cross buns were, and still are, eaten. Sacred spiced cakes, cooked on special festive days, were probably introduced to Britain by the Romans. Oh dear, what can the matter be? Oh dear, what can the matter be? Dear, dear, what can the matter be? Oh dear, what can the matter be? Johnny's so long at the fair. He promised he'd buy me a fairing should please me. And then for a kiss, oh, he vowed he would tease me. He promised he'd bring me a bunch of blue ribbons to tie up my bonny brown hair. Oh dear, what can the matter be? Oh dear, what can the matter be? Dear, dear, what can the matter be? Johnny's so long at the fair. He promised to buy me a pair of sleeve buttons, a pair of new garters that cost him but 2 pence. He promised he'd bring me a bunch of blue ribbons to tie up my bonny brown hair. Oh dear, what can the matter be? Dear, dear, what can the matter be? Oh dear, what can the matter be? Johnny's so long at the fair. He promised he'd bring me a basket of posies, a garland of lilies, a garland of roses, a little straw hat to set off the blue ribbons that tie up my bonny brown hair. Hey, Jimmy Webster. This charming song, first printed at the end of the 18th century, has remained popular ever since. It was probably first introduced to the nursery by nursemaids, who plaintively sang it to their young charges. I wonder what Johnny was doing at the fair. You can just imagine. This one's terrible. This one's just awful. Goosey, goosey, gander. Goosey, goosey, gander. Whither shall I wander? Upstairs and downstairs and in my lady's chamber. There I met an old man who would not say his prayers. I took him by the left leg and threw him down the stairs. This rhyme in its present form is amalgamated with Old Daddy Longlegs, only the first 4 lines occurring in the original version, known in the 18th century. The two were combined at the beginning of the 19th century. Oh yeah, then the last bit of Little Bo Peep is really dark too. I like this one. Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep and doesn't know where to find them. Leave them alone and they'll come home, bringing their tails behind them. Little Bo Peep fell fast asleep and dreamt she heard them bleating. But when she awoke, she found it a joke, for they were still a-fleeting. Then up she took her little crook, determined her to find them. She found them indeed, but it made her heart bleed, for they left their tails behind them. It happened one day, as Bo Peep did stray into a meadow hard by. There she espied their tails side by side, all hung on a tree to dry. She heaved a sigh, wiped her eye, and over the hillocks went rambling, and tried what she could, as a shepherdess should, to tack again each to its lambkin. Did you know Little Bo Peep found all their sheep with their tails cut off? What the fuck? One of the most familiar of all nursery rhymes. This is first recorded in the early 19th century. Although the game of Bo Peep, a form of hide and seek, or even a simple infant amusement of concealing a baby's head for an instant and then revealing it, is referred to in Elizabethan literature. So it's like this, right? Bo Peep. Bo Peep. Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. This extremely popular rhyme is, of course, a riddle. Humpty Dumpty was an egg, and having fallen and broken could not be put together again. It is thought that the rhyme is very ancient. Indeed, and it is known elsewhere in Europe in substantially the same form. The character of Humpty Dumpty has been immortalized by Lewis Carroll in Through the Looking Glass. The last line is given as, couldn't put Humpty in his place again, which, observed Alice, is much too long for poetry. Now I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep, and if I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. I like the alternate version in the comments here. This children's prayer was widely disseminated in the 18th century on both sides of the Atlantic. An amusing parody of it now also exists. Now I lay me down to sleep, a bag of peanuts at my feet. If I should die before I wake, give them to my sister Kate. Thanks, Tasha. Seesaw, Marjorie Daw. Seesaw, Marjorie Daw. Jackie shall have a new master. Jackie shall have but a penny a day, 'cause he can't work any faster. Marjorie, a name used by poor country folk in the 18th and 19th centuries, and Daw, meaning an untidy person, a sluggard or slut, suggests that this creature, whoever she may have been, was hardly a respectable female. She sounds like my type. The rhyme is traditionally repeated by children playing on a seesaw, and may possibly have originally been sung by sawyers to keep the rhythm of a two-handled saw. Seesaw, Marjorie Daw. The new Mother Hubbard, and the old Mother Hubbard. Like old Mother Hubbard goes on and on. I love this version. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to fetch her poor dog a bone, but when she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor dog had none. She went to the baker's to buy him some bread, but when she came back, the poor dog was dead. She went to the joiner's to buy him a coffin, but when she came back, the poor dog was laughing. She took a clean dish to get him some tripe, but when she came back, he was smoking a pipe. She went to the fishmonger's to buy him some fish, but when she came back, he was licking the dish. She went to the alehouse to get him some beer, but when she came back, the dog sat in a chair. She went to the tavern for white wine and red, but when she came back, the dog stood on his head. She went to the hatter's to buy him a hat, but when she came back, he was feeding the cat. She went to the barber's to buy him a wig, but when she came back, he was dancing a jig. She went to the fruiter's to buy him some fruit, but when she came back, he was playing the flute. She went to the tailor's to buy him a coat, but when she came back, he was riding a goat. She went to the cobbler's to buy him some shoes, but when she came back, he was reading the news. She went to the sempstress to buy him some linen, but when she came back, the dog was a-spinnin'. She went to the hosier's to buy him some hose, but when she came back, he was dressed in his clothes. The dame made a curtsy. The dog made a bow. The dame said, "Your servant." The dog said, "Bow wow." Good night, Nishala. Although Mother Hubbard was a stock nursery rhyme character and known since the 16th century at least, this version of the rhyme was written in 1804 by Sarah Catherine Martin, daughter of Sir Henry Martin and an early love of Prince William Henry, later William IV. The comic adventures of Mother Hubbard and her dog, published the following year, was an immediate success, with upwards of 10,000 copies sold in a few months, followed by numerous reprints. Miss Martin, it seems, wrote the rhyme after her future brother-in-law, John Pollexfen Bastard MP, for Kitley Devon, had chided her for chattering while he was writing a letter, and urged her to run away and write one of your stupid little rhymes. The archaic rhyming of laughing with coffin suggests that Miss Martin may have used an early version of the rhyme as the basis for her verses. I had a little nut tree. I'm glad Daniel's sticking around. Woof. Bow wow. Mama G. Alright, I had a little nut tree. I had a little nut tree. Nothing would it bear but a silver nutmeg and a golden pear. The King of Spain's daughter came to visit me, and all was because of my little nut tree. I skipped over water, I danced over sea, and all the birds in the air couldn't catch me. It is thought that this contains a direct reference to the visit of Juana of Castile, daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, to Henry VII's court in 1506. Both Henry and Juana had recently been widowed, and in pursuit of an alliance with Spain, it was thought that a match between the couple might be arranged. However, Mad Juana was clearly not in her right mind, and the plan was abandoned. There's a picture of her detail of a painting of Juana of Castile over the bier of her dead husband, Philip the Handsome. No wonder she was so upset. Philip the Handsome. I just love her. I can't help but wonder if that's just a coincidence. Mad Juana and marijuana. Anyway. You've been busy on your texting on your phone, I noticed too, Daniel. Okay. Oranges and lemons. I think you heard me fuck it up the last time. Oranges and Lemons makes a huge appearance in 1984. I hadn't remembered that, but we read 1980. Like when I read 1984 in high school, But I've forgotten that bit about the oranges and lemons. But then when we were rereading it on the show, there were just so many references to it. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 5 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. When will you pay me, say the bells at Old Bailey. When I go rich, say the bells at Shoreditch. Pray, when will that be, say the bells at Stepney. I'm sure I don't know, says the great bell at Bow. Here comes the candle to light you to bed, and here comes a chopper to chop off your head. Hey, Jeanette. The church referred to here is either St. Clement's in Eastcheap, near the wharves where citrus fruit was unloaded, or St. Clemendane's, a wren church erected in 1680. Much has been written in favor of both. St. Martin's is probably St. Martin's Lane in the city, where the moneylenders used to live. The Old Bailey, built on the site of the old Newgate prison, does not possess a bell, but the bell of St. Sepulchre, opposite, was traditionally run when prisoners were about to be executed. Shoreditch, where a church once stood, is just outside the city walls. The bells of Stepney, also outside the city walls, were probably those of St. Dunstan's. The famous Bow bells are those of St. Mary le Bow in Cheapside, the ones that told Dick Whittington to turn again, and within whose sound a true Londoner, a Cockney, is born. The game played to this song ends in a tug-of-war between the oranges and lemons, these having been determined by 2 players who form an arch and successfully chop each member of the group, who then decides which side he will be on. This is one of my favorites. It's short, but I love the story behind it. 3 wise men of Gotham. 3 wise men of Gotham went to sea in a bowl. If the bowl had been stronger, my story would have been longer. Listen to the description of it. For some 500 years, the village of Gotham, near Nottingham, has been considered a town of fools. The fools of Gotham are mentioned in a manuscript as early as 1450. Legend has it that the reputation originated in King John's reign. The king expressed his intention to pass through Gotham Fields on his way to Nottingham. But in those days, any thoroughfare through which the king passed thereafter became a public road. The Gothamites, determined to avert this, engaged in a number of idiotic pursuits. Some tried to drown an eel in a pond. Others tried to trap a cuckoo, and so have perpetual summer by building a hedge around it. The king's outriders, observing such lunatic behavior, were convinced that the village was peopled by madmen. The king, so warned, took another route. The wise men of Gotham, thus achieving their aims. I just love it because, in just those 4 short lines, so much of our popular culture is so Robin Hood with Nottingham, Gotham with Batman. I don't know what else. I don't know, and I just love that the history is so long, right? Anyway, and then here's another page of it, from an older version of Mother Goose's Melody. And 3 wise men of Gotham, they went to sea in a bowl, and if the bowl had been stronger, my song had been longer. It is long enough. Never lament the loss of what is not worth having. I love that quote too. That's the moral behind the story of this one. It is long enough. Never lament the loss of what is not worth having. Polly put the kettle on. 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 We'll all have tea. Suki, take it off again. Suki, take it off again. Suki, take it off again. They've all gone away. This rhyme has been known since the late 18th century. Polly was a pet name for Mary, and Suki for Susan. Dickens has Grip, the raven, quoted in Barnaby Rudge. Bobby Shafto. Bobby Shafto's gone to sea, silver buckles at his knee. He'll come back and marry me, Bonnie Bobby Shafto. Bobby Shafto's fat and fair, combing down his yellow hair. He's my love forevermore, Bonnie Bobby Shafto. Bobby Shafto's looking out. All his ribbons flew about. All the ladies gave a shout, "Hey!" for Bobby Shafto. Sir Walter Scott described this as an old Northumbrian ditty. The original Bobby Shafto is said to have lived at Hollybrook, County Wicklow, and died in 1737. The last verse, however, refers to Robert Shafto of Whitworth Hall, near Durham, a parliamentary candidate in the 1761 elections, and said to be uncommonly handsome. Jack be nimble. Jack be nimble. Jack be quick. Jack jump over the candlestick. Candle leaping has long been practiced in England, both as a sport and as a way of telling fortunes. It was believed that the person who could jump over a lighted candle placed in the center of a room without extinguishing the flame was assured of good luck for the following year. It was a popular custom, particularly among the lace makers of Wendover and Buckinghamshire, on the feast day of their patron saint, St. Catherine, on November 25th. It's so specific. Dance to your daddy. Dance to your daddy, my little babby. Dance to your daddy, my little babby. Dance to your daddy, my little lamb. You shall have a fishy and a little dishy. You shall have a fishy when the boat comes in. This dandling song is particularly popular in Scotland and the North Country, often with an additional verse. Baby shall have an apple. Baby shall have a plum. Baby shall have a rattle when daddy comes home. Ladybird, ladybird, fly away home. Ladybird, ladybird, fly away home. Your house is on fire, your children are gone. All but one, and her name is Anne, and she crept under the pudding pan. This is recited when a ladybird lights on one's hand or arm, since to kill these pretty creatures is considered bad luck. The ladybird, Our Lady's bird, seems to have had some religious significance since ancient times, and similar incantations appear in other European languages. How many miles to Babylon? How many miles to Babylon? 70. Can I get there by candlelight? Yes, and back again. If your heels are nimble and light, you may get there by candlelight. This rhyme dates from Elizabethan times at least, and may possibly be older. Can I get there by candlelight was a common saying in the 16th and 17th centuries. Babylon may be a corruption of Babyland, but its hint of the exotic comes from the association with the magnificent city of the ancient East, whose luxurious gardens were one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The mysterious and magical quality of this rhyme is still as powerful today as it was to Stevenson, Kipling, and Lewis Carroll, who all referred to it. Jack Sprat. Jack Sprat could eat no fat. His wife could eat no lean. And so, between them both, you see, they licked the platter clean. I like this older version here in the illustration. Uses the word betwixt. Jack Sprat could eat no fat. His wife could eat no lean. And so, betwixt them both, they licked the platter clean. In the 16th and 17th centuries, Jack Sprat, or Pratt, was the common name for a dwarf, and indeed the rhyme, in various versions, is first recorded in the 17th century. One refers to an Archdeacon Pratt, presumably a contemporary clergyman of dwarf-like proportions, and his wife Joan. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, up above the moon so high, like a diamond in the sky. This familiar rhyme was written by Jane Taylor and published in 1806. With her sister Anne, she was a popular authoress of nursery poems. Lewis Carroll's Mad Hatter parodied the rhyme in Alice in Wonderland with, Twinkle, twinkle, little bat, how I wonder where you're at. Up above the world you fly, like a tea tray in the sky. We're out of time here. I like this one. Taffy was a Welshman. Taffy was a Welshman. Taffy was a thief. Taffy came to my house and stole a piece of beef. I went to Taffy's house. Taffy wasn't home. Taffy came to my house and stole a marrow bone. I went to Taffy's house. Taffy wasn't in. Taffy came to my house and stole a silver pin. I went to Taffy's house. Taffy was in bed. I took up the marrow bone and flung it at his head. This is one of several versions of this rhyme. Taffy, the Welsh pronunciation of Davy, has long been the nickname given by Englishmen to the Welshmen. Moreover, shit. Happy 420. I need a shower. I'm glad you're clear as a whistle. Pixar didn't happen for real. Hey, sure. It's 420. We're late. I don't know if I'm gonna remember the words to "I'll Dance You." I couldn't remember them when I was tripping. Right back at you, Daniel. That was my alarm when I was growing up as a kid. That was the only thing that could get me out of bed. How much time do we have left here? Oh. It's so hot in here. I don't know what the fuck. It's the lights or something. We'll do the premise right there. I'm trying to get the timing right. So we got 9 more minutes. Set a timer for 9 minutes.
Setting. Your timer is set for 9 minutes.
Oh, I need a shower. Holy crap. Moreover, baiting the Welsh on St. David's Day, March 1st, is an age-old custom, notably recorded by Shakespeare in Henry V, Act 5, Scene 1, when the Welsh captain Llewellyn is forced by Pistol to eat a leek on March 1st. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, bless the bed that I lie on. 4 corners to my bed, 4 angels round my head, 1 to watch, 1 to pray, and 2 to bear my soul away. This prayer is very old, and may have its origins in half Celtic magic and half Christian ritual. Originally known as the White Paternoster, it was, over a century ago, more familiar in many English country districts than the Lord's Prayer. I just think that one's really interesting. I'm not a religious person at all, but I just think that, like, it's, you know, like the half Celtic magic and half Christian ritual. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, bless the bed that I lie on. 4 corners to my bed, 4 angels round my head, 1 to watch, 1 to pray, and 2 to bear my soul away. This is London Bridge. London Bridge has fallen down, fallen down, fallen down. London Bridge has fallen down, my fair lady. Build it up with wood and clay, wood and clay, wood and clay. Build it up with wood and clay, my fair lady. Wood and clay will wash away, wash away, wash away. Wood and clay will wash away, my fair lady. Build it up with bricks and mortar, bricks and mortar, bricks and mortar. Build it up with bricks and mortar, my fair lady. Bricks and mortar will not stay, will not stay, will not stay. Bricks and mortar will not stay, my fair lady. Build it up with iron and steel, iron and steel, iron and steel. Build it up with iron and steel, my fair lady. Iron and steel will bend and bow, bend and bow, bend and bow. Iron and steel will bend and bow, my fair lady. Build it up with silver and gold, silver and gold, silver and gold. Build it up with silver and gold, my fair lady. Silver and gold will be stolen away, stolen away, stolen away. Silver and gold will be stolen away, my fair lady. Set a man to watch all night, watch all night, watch all night. Set a man to watch all night, my fair lady. Suppose the man should fall asleep, fall asleep, fall asleep. Suppose the man should fall asleep, my fair lady. Gotta moisturize every inch. Can't miss any. Give him a pipe to smoke all night, smoke all. This is my favorite line. Give him a pipe to smoke all night, my fair lady. The game played to this song could date back to the 14th century. Could date back to 14th century Florence, and certainly versions of it have been widespread throughout Europe for many centuries. It has been suggested that this rhyme refers to the actual destruction of London Bridge by King Olaf and his Norsemen in the 11th century. Since early times, various superstitions have been associated with both the erection and collapse of bridges, the most notable being that water spirits object to bridges as an invasion of their privacy. Consequently, human sacrifices, especially children, have been buried in bridges' foundations, supposedly to serve as guardian spirits. A bridge demolished in Bremen in the last century revealed the skeleton of one such child. There's London Bridge, circa 1616. Feast your eyes as I moisturize. A diller, a dollar. A diller, a dollar. A 10 o'clock scholar. What makes you come so soon? You used to come at 10 o'clock, but now you come at noon. In Yorkshire, diller is used to describe a schoolboy who is dull and slow at learning. One scholar suggests that diller and dollar are shortened forms of dilatory and dullard, but just exactly what the word signified is not certain. Oh, I like this one too. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. My dame has lost her shoe. My master's lost his fiddling stick and doesn't know what to do. Cock-a-doodle-doo. What is my dame to do? Till master finds his fiddling stick, she'll dance without her shoe. Cock-a-doodle-doo. My dame has found her shoe, and master's found his fiddling stick. Sing, cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. My dame will dance with you, while master's fiddle his fiddling stick for dame and doodle-doo. Just that last verse. It's like he's like the classic cuckold, or the original, the OG cuckold. Cock-a-doodle-doo. My dame will dance with you. My wife will have sex with you while master... whatever, never mind. He fiddles his fiddling stick. I read too much into things. This very popular rhyme is associated with a somewhat gruesome event in Hertfordshire at the end of Elizabeth I's reign. The story, related in a pamphlet published in 1606, tells of a murder of a 3-year-old boy, a deed witnessed by his slightly older sister, whose tongue was then cut out to prevent her naming the murderers. Some years later, when she was playing with friends, the children began to mock the cock, a common game at the time, with the words, "Cock-a-doodle-doo, Peggy hath lost her shoe." Urged by a friend to repeat the words, the dumb girl miraculously opened her mouth and uttered the rhyme. The earliest printed version of the first 4 lines of the rhyme appeared in about 1765. The 3 other verses are probably of 19th century origin. Oh, I always like this one. I had a little pony. I'm clean as a whistle. Come blow me. I had a little pony. I had a little pony. His name was Dapple Gray. I lent him to a lady to ride a mile away. She whipped him. She slashed him. She rode him through the mire. I would not lend my pony now for all the ladies' hire. This version is first recorded in 1825, although an earlier one, I had a little bonny nag. His name was Dapple Gray, and he would bring me to an alehouse, a mile out of his way. Seems to have been in existence in 1630. Thank you, Jessica. Tweedledee, Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Tweedledum and Tweedledee resolved to have a battle, for Tweedledum said Tweedledee had spoiled his nice new rattle. Just then flew by a monstrous crow, as big as a tar barrel, which frightened both the heroes so they quite forgot their quarrel. We are perhaps most familiar with these twins from Alice's adventures through the looking glass. However, in the 1720s, the composer Handel, never mind, I'll finish. The composer Handel and an Italian musician, Giovanni Battista Bonaccini, were enmeshed in a bitter rivalry. The public dispute was described by John Byrom, their contemporary and a writer of hymns, as follows. Some say, compared to Bonacci, that Mynheer Handel's but a ninny. Others aver that he too Handel is scarcely fit to hold a candle. Strange all this difference should be twixt Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Whether Byron was referring to an older rhyme, or whether this rhyme is based on his doggerel, we do not know. Oh, there's so many other good ones. My favorite. Oh, time to sing. Thanks for listening to all those. In just a breathless moment now, the violin will sound. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down. We'll dance the night away. I'll look to the end of time and to the break of day. I'll see you standing there with the star fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. We'll go waltzing with me in the air, and we'll step into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to a fare thee well and never let you go. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to a fairy well and never let you go. Good night, old friends and new. Good night, old friends. Good night, old friends. Is it Lexi? I was just about to explain what the show is about. You came at the perfect time. I think it's the perfect time. Wait, to see, I might be a minute early. I'm still a little rusty on my timing. Took a little break. Let's see, how many minutes we have left? No, we're a minute late. So, Lexi, I think it was, you were wondering what the show is about? You know, people often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 1,005 pills, 1,005 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy does she knell. Hell, I mean heck. This show has it all. I love that I stole that from the nursery rhyme book, the ding dong. Heck, this show. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas, and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record. If I say it just right, it's like a nice pace, it's about 5 minutes, so you're sticking around till the end, I think. Cloud Atlas, and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I called the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp Panay cells, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy. Nanu, nanu. A dash of Mr. Ed and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, ow, 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 an ounce of Oz, good night, Mama G, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour, piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Come up to the lab. Let's see what's on this slab. I can see you shiver with Antissa. anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fill me, creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins in the full, Monty Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a leader of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am, you've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. April will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and seamstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism. For your future children and your elderly grandparents, may they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long, and all night long, and all day the next day, and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo. All right. Pill number 1005. 1005 down the hatch. We are over. Who's the word of the day, people? Woo! All right. And then the nursery rhyme we get to hear almost every night. We start now. This is the house that Jack built. This is the malt. Lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the malt. That lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt. That lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt. That lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt. That lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt. That lay in the house that Jack built. This is the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt. That lay in the house that Jack built. Let's see what it's next. This is the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt. That lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cock that crowed in the morn that woke the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt. That lay in the house that Jack built. This is the farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock that crowed in the morn, that woke the priest all shaven and shorn, that married the man all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt. That lay in the house that Jack built. I can't believe we've come to the end. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for greeting Daniel so kindly. Thank you all for spending so much time with me. I love you all. I'm a lucky dude. All right, come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you. You'll have things you want to talk about, and so will I. But alas, now it's time to say goodbye. Okay, what the heck? Dang it. Good night, everyone. I love you.